It's going around this one, yeah.
Now,
And both the merry-go-rounds are moving at a million miles an hour.
Yeah, but that's not relevant. But yeah, but okay.
no, that's no.
Oh,
It is
very
relevant.
Oh my
Otherwise,
God,
what?
that's very relevant. Sorry.
It's
Yeah,
not
you
relevant.
can't
If it's
compare that.
relevant, what's keeping the laser beam moving with the bodies?
It's in the same frame that is not like they're not moving a million miles per hour in reference to each other. So it actually doesn't make sense to even bring that up.
Okay, I'm on a merry-go-round. I'm spinning. I shoot a laser beam. It's not going to bounce back at the same spot because the merry-go-round rotated underneath it, right?
That's true.
Well, according to Zanuck, the
Okay,
light
that's
moved
true.
with
Okay.
you. According to Zanuck, the light moved with you around the
This is
merry-go-round.
kind of hilarious.
Well, no, I mean I've already told
okay,
you. I've already told you that the
We
moon
know the
moves
laser
and the
beam's
Earth
not
moves.
going to hit. So we know the laser beam's not going to. Whatever, man.
Breaking up, man. You're coming in the delay. But yeah, but no, I've already stated that the moon's going to move. It's going to move in its orbital path. The Earth is also going to rotate, so they're going to be slightly different positions than when it was first fired. But however, you can calculate these positions, and they're within the spread of the laser beam. So, like the thing that you're aiming at on the moon hasn't moved far enough in that time for the laser beam not to be spread or not spread enough to miss it. So it's actually going to hit the same retroreflector. And
Is it a flat surface or is it a convex or concave surface? What is it like? What
retroreflector?
Yeah. Well, okay. The reflector is flat, right?
Well, it's three. Well, it's a bunch of different, but the one you're hitting specifically is three 90-degree angled mirrors. So
What about when we did this successfully on the moon itself?
Huh?
Before the reflectors were there, like what type of surface were we bouncing it off of against then?
Just the naked moon.
The naked moon would be according to us, a concave versus convex. I guess that would be convex in relation to us, right?
Yeah.
So we had a surface that was angling things in all different directions away from us, and we successfully had a laser bounce to it and back to us. Now, your special lasers that Zanuck talked about are using retroreflectors, which are, I don't know, flat, concave, convex, and they're bouncing them back to us, and we know that we've been there because of those reflectors.
The problem is I don't know much. I've read about that, the dude who did that before, and I did read that he was supposedly able to receive them back at the same location. However, I'm not really 100% on all the details, so I can't really tell you how he did it. But I can say that it doesn't seem impossible, but it also doesn't seem like you would be able to do that every time like you can with the retroreflector.
Well, it took
You can
10
aim-
years. It took 10 years to get a bounce back. So, like,
Keep saying that, but can you provide something that shows that? Because I was looking for it, I couldn't see anything that said that.
what do you type in?
A bunch of different stuff. McDonald's Observatory, lunar distancing, 10-year gap, error. What else did I type in?
EIEI.
The EIIO, that's right. Old McDonald had a lunar ranger.
Look, when it comes to this, like, actually, I would to be perfectly honest, because I'm not. I don't lie. Like, my information basically came from Indio on that
Indio.
one.
Indio, that's
Yeah.
right. That's where I heard it from as well. Before I heard it from you, I heard it from Indio 4 or 5 years ago. And I believed it too, because I mean, it's like, he comes with a bunch of information, and I hadn't looked into it at the time. But I looked into it a lot since, and all throughout these years, and
Well,
I've seen that it's
no,
been
I
successful and
no.
stuff.
He did. There was a time where I asked him for that, and he showed me an article where I did read it, but I didn't save it, and I can't like loop it to you. You know what I mean? Like, but there was an article that showed like that. Literally, there was a 10-year gap before they got a single return bounce, and
Wouldn't it be cool? Good.
that might be where we want to look. Like, so return bounce, retro reflectors, return bounce, 10 years, something like that. But I literally read an article after I heard it from Indio. And it's interesting too how the internet has been scrubbed. Like, a lot of things that we want to be able to show you are just not there anymore.
Okay,
Uh,
great. That's great. So we're spinning on the merry-go-round. We shoot the laser beam. It doesn't bounce back in the same spot because the merry-go-round's moving, and the laser beam's moving independent of the merry-go-round. Now let's move the merry-go-round at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Is it even going to hit the merry-go-round?
The merry-go-round, 1,000,000 miles per hour, and also the thing we're hitting, it's also going 1,000,000 miles per hour. Is that
Yes,
right?
the thing we're shooting at is it even going to hit the thing we're shooting at because
Yeah.
that's moving 1,000,000 miles an hour. Good point.
No, yeah, no, it will definitely, because it's going to hit it because it's moving 1,000,000 miles per hour also, and because of that,
Oh,
that 1,000,000 miles per hour is now rendered irrelevant in the entire equation because everything there is moving at 1,000,000 miles per hour.
okay,
So
so the
you
laser
cancel
beam
it
is
out.
moving with the. So you're saying the laser beam's moving with the stuff? Why? Why? What? How? What's the mechanism?
Uh, Linear velocities. There's no
Nothing's
acceleration.
linear about this. We just went through that. Everything's angles. All these motions are circular.
Okay, well then you'll have to describe the acceleration, not the velocity, because you just described the speed.
So what do you want? How many
Maybe the
arc
rotation.
seconds?
I don't
Yeah,
think he
yeah,
has to
yeah.
describe anything.
Is there a conservation of momentum
Serious.
They're
for
trying to
light?
say there's a conservation of momentum of light, angular momentum, nonetheless.
It's not angular momentum.
It has to be angular because this is an angular thing. Nothing's linear in your thing. Nothing's moving in straight lines. It's all circles. All these movements, it's 1,000,000 miles an hour. It's all circles, bro. Nothing's linear.
Wouldn't the light be following a geodesic? Remember?
Yes, it would. Yeah, exactly.
Between the two objects, it's following a geodesic between the two objects, but also
Well,
conserving momentum while traveling perfectly straight. I
the
get it.
geodesic is already being traversed by both the moon and the Earth, around the sun. So,
Do they have the same geodesic?
in reference to the path around the sun, yes. Like I wouldn't say that the exact same one, but they share a path. Like you could say, like their system is
That's
traveling
different.
in the path.
So it's a
Well, I
different
mean,
geodesic between the two objects, but the
well,
light
they
is
all have.
following the same geodesic
Well, no, we're
and
all in the
conserving
gravity.
momentum.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we're all in the gravity well of the sun. So,
Yeah, but basically you're describing sonar, like missiles. It just follows the moon. So apparently it hits it.
sonar. I'm not following.
Well, whatever that is that they use missiles to pick up a, you know, some other aircraft or whatever that's moving at a fast
Oh,
speed or whatever.
okay. They use radar.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I'm sure in some
Radar.
cases they're
Yeah.
gonna use sonar. Yeah. But no, not quite. Like I said, the I'm not sure what we're talking about. We keep bringing it back to the million miles per hour, but there's really no point in bringing it up. Where
If I could get for a minute though to Indio thing, I would like to point out like there's a lot of false information out there, and I've never found any false information from Indio. Like if you fact check anything that I've ever like reproduced or anything that he's given, like you might find Snopes or something saying otherwise, but like literally his shit comes from like universities, comes from like he can cite every single source of the information that he gives. That dude is like real knowledge. He's not like one of these, oh,
Right.
you got it from just Indio.
Indio is chat FE.
Chat FE, that's funny.
Yeah, I'm just saying I'll never throw him under the bus. I might have left that server, but no, that dude, that I really, really appreciate the stuff that I've learned from him and his way of documenting and knowing his knowledge, his citations and like especially the citations, like the information that he gives, he can cite, he can show you the graphs and the data and all that stuff, where all of you guys cannot.
He's literally the only time I go back into 24/7 is typically when Indio's there.
Yeah, dude, I love that dude. That dude is a monster at this shit.
Don't you think he kind of looks like that guy from Kill Bill?
Yeah, he looks exactly like him.
No, I was kidding. Yeah, I've always said he a lot of arguments from Flat Earth. I know it's not pleasant to hear. Maybe it's not true about everybody in all the arguments, but a large majority of the arguments, for some period of time, were coming from really only like 2 or 3 sources, and India was one of them. And so he definitely had prolific, a lot of prolific knowledge on the subject, and he had all the documents and citations. But I would
Yeah,
say
no,
that
he beats the pants out of every globe earther out there. The fact that he doesn't
seemingly
have a YouTube channel, like, dude, all you
he
guys,
does.
like every single fucking person out there who is fighting for the globe Earth, all they do is like use fallacies and shit like that. Your Professor Daves, your McToons, your Fight the Flat Earths, you're like these guys are full of fallacious reasoning. Indio quietly destroys all of them and backs it up with citations.
Yeah, but honestly, we
Seemingly.
don't know what the Earth really is. I mean, we can say it's flat, but what does flat really mean? It's not a shape.
No, well,
Not yet.
So,
They will.
that
yeah.
comes down to the core of the conversation. Like, see, the Globers will tell you that flat and level means curving ever so slightly. But
Well, yeah. And
yeah, it's a
when you look at the
philosophical
Earth's,
argument.
you know, telemetry or whatever, it's not completely flat because we have hills and mountains and else.
Well, no, right,
But when
right.
you
But
drive
what we're talking
through
about is
Idaho and Ohio and
That's not the claim, and
Illinois and
that's why a lot of
right,
people don't necessarily agree with the term flat Earth, right? That's kind of
right.
a disinformation kind of thing. The Flat Earth Society. Most people who are legitimately in this conversation and have been for a while would say something more along the lines of a topographical plane, meaning there's topography. We don't discount hills and mountains and valleys, and
Right.
but it's an overall planar surface.
Right.
I
It's
an
a
What's
planar
analogy
the
that I
overall?
like
surface
to
that
use.
we
An
don't know the
analogy that
size
I like.
of because they've lied to us so much that there's probably land beyond land that we don't know about.
Correct.
Well,
Like
but
Because
that
they
makes
give
it
us the
more
map,
of a
right?
speculation. That's not where we're trying to go. So, like, piggybacking on what Napalm just said. So, like, I came from a little bit of a background of like electrical engineering and stuff. So, like, I don't know if you have any experience with an oscilloscope, right? Like, so
Yes.
sine waves, right? If you want to take the mean, like of a wave, you're going to take the average between the highs and the lows, and you're still going to call that flat, right? Like, or you could take the peaks and you could call that flat, or you could talk about the valleys and you could call that flat. So like that's what they've done basically with um mean sea level. Mean sea level. So mean meaning the average between the highs and the lows. So you take the average between the peaks and the valleys and you call that the average, and that is your mean sea level. But you still have to assume
What?
that is being level. That's still talking about averages and all of your assumptions that you're going to make. But so that's why this is a philosophical issue. Is in the globe paradigm, mean sea level is also curving, whereas in the flat Earth paradigm, mean sea level is a flat plane.
Yeah, but there's no valleys that have anything to do with mean sea level.
Yeah, it sure does. It's the dips. It's the dips in the sine wave. So like there's times where like at the in between crests of a wave where it's actually below mean sea level is the average between the highs and the lows.
That's not true either.
Which means yes it is. It is true.
Sea
Yeah, I
level is
mean,
not
even
represented.
between your Bluetooth device, like I'm on a headset right now, a Bluetooth headset, and my phone. There's waves, but that doesn't mean that the Earth is round.
Yeah.
It
Right, you're
just
Yeah,
taking
doesn't.
the
yeah,
average.
I agree.
You're taking the
I
average.
agree with that. No, that's the problem. Is no, it's not. The waves have nothing to do with sea level. So if there's a
No,
tsunami,
they
if there's a
absolutely, they
tsunami,
absolutely.
if there's a tsunami and it brings the water back and it's now below the sea level or whatever, uh, it's not a
No,
different sea level. Or
oh,
if there's a
Joe,
huge
pause,
wave, and so
pause, pause.
if there's a huge
There's
wave,
a,
I'm not gonna
it's
pause.
very
If there's
important.
a huge wave,
It's
it's not
very
very important.
important that you talk
It's
about
not very important.
mean. When I
It's not
say
very important.
mean,
It's not very
when I
important.
say mean sea level, it's different than sea level. Okay,
That's
so
fantastic, dude. Yeah, you had your chance and you got it wrong. So let me just say it, and then if I get it wrong,
I
you can
didn't get
freak
it
me out
wrong.
for it. Okay, well,
Mean sea level is a mean. Mean is a word that has to do with averages. There's mean, median, and mode, right?
No, you're
Mean,
right.
median, mode have to do with averages.
Like kosher.
dude. So check it out.
Yeah,
Mean
but
sea
none of
level.
them
Mean
prove
sea level has
anything's
nothing.
round.
Hold on.
Hello?
We all blanked out because you were about to speak. Nobody
Okay.
fucking gives a shit.
Well, yeah. Well, let me finish what I was saying, and then we
No,
can
we
all
don't give a
jump
shit
on each
about
other.
you. Go ahead,
That's
whoever that was.
fantastic.
Go ahead,
That's fantastic. But when you were
dude.
saying
Are
mean
you
sea
telling me
level,
that mean sea level doesn't have to do with averages?
Lou, listen to me. You're gonna know
Does
what the
mean
fuck I'm
sea
saying.
level
You're gonna know
have?
what the fuck I'm saying as soon as I'm done saying it. I'm almost certain of it. I think there might be a chance you don't, but that's the best chance you have of understanding what I'm saying is waiting till I'm done and then assessing it. Okay?
All right. Are you trying to
Because
tell me that I'm
I'm
wrong?
not. Yeah. There's no point in guessing.
Before you continue,
I'm gonna
before
give
you
away the
continue, I
mystery.
want to know if
There's no
I'm
point to
wrong.
guess. Okay, so the crest of the wave and the troughs of the wave of a water wave traveling along the surface of the ocean has nothing to do with mean sea level above and below that crest. Okay, so mean sea level is in reference to the fact that there's a few different sea
It has
levels
to do
based
with
on
the
what
tide.
part, based
The
on what,
tide.
based on no, based on what part of the earth you're at.
The
Like
tide.
East Coast United States, West Coast United States. the Mediterranean, there's actually different elevations to these sea levels, and a mean sea level is the average of those sea levels. It's nothing to do with anything on the
So let me ask
land.
you this, Kosho. Let's skip to it. So where the Atlantic and the Pacific meet, what is mean sea level?
What's sea level down there? You talking about down in
Wherever,
Chile?
wherever they meet, anywhere they meet,
Where they meet down in Chile?
what is mean sea level where the Pacific and the Atlantic meet?
The same as it is everywhere. But you're asking what sea level there? Sea level there is going to be whatever the sea level is there, and it's obviously going to be
No,
different. It's obviously going to be different than whatever it is up in the East Coast of the United States or the West Coast of the United States. So there's going to be 3 different values.
I don't know how you're. I'm trying to figure out how you're trying to derail. Oh, what's
this
wrong
guy's
with
really dumb.
What's wrong with what I said?
You said mean sea level it had something to do with valleys, and then you
Yeah,
said the
mean,
waves.
wow.
it's an average. Mean automatically means an average. Yes, it automatically means an average.
Well, not exactly.
Yeah, it does.
I agree. In this case, it does. But average of what? It's an average of the sea levels from around the world because there's different sea levels in different places.
So what happens when the Pacific and the Atlantic meet and they have different mean sea levels?
Well, it's not. They don't have different mean sea levels. They have different sea levels, and where they meet, they don't have different sea levels. They actually have the same sea level, and unless you in the Panama Canal, in which case you artificially introduce one side to the other, and they have to actually drop the boats and stuff like
Is
that.
it
Isn't there
like-
like a
Was it like 300 or 30 feet? I don't know. It started with a 3, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, the actual
little-
difference in
they're-
sea level is less than 2 feet, but yeah, that
Yeah,
you actually do have to do like a 30-foot drop.
Yeah.
Hey,
Small
Coach, I had a
difference.
question about if you know about tectonic plates. You know about those, dude?
For fuck's
Yeah, I just
sake.
heard about them for the first time. Yeah,
Oh, you just heard about them? Shit, man, that's like
I'm
7th grade
kidding.
He's not lying.
geography.
I'm just
Hey, man,
kidding.
but well, since he's not the authority on them, maybe I'll ask Jeremy because he's the smart guy here.
Jeremy's pretty smart.
Oh.
You better watch it.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm gonna ask him.
Not
Hey,
that
Jeremy, are
smart.
the tectonic plates curved?
I don't fucking know. How am I supposed to know that shit?
First of all, I would argue, like, how do you know tectonic plates actually exist?
Can you have curved tectonic plates on a flat Earth?
Probably.
Does a plate
It'd be unlikely.
does a plate refer to something that is mostly flat or something that is curving around itself?
God. It depends on what
Exactly
surface.
right. Why the fuck do they
it's on.
call them plates, bro? Why do they call them plates? They would not be plates.
Because
They'd
they're
be
divisions, right? Like they're sort of like their own individual thing because they're divided by fault lines.
So here's one that's actually an issue where when it comes to flat Earth, where a lot of flat earthers will take offense, like they'll say that there is no such thing as tectonic plates, like tectonic plates and the shifting of like geographic locations could happen over a flat surface. It does not require a sphere. And
Bro, it looks like
both globe earthers and flat earthers take offense to this statement. Like,
I
you're
mean,
like,
it does look like
bullshit.
Oh, that's true.
It
I would
does look
agree.
like
If you had a flat Earth, it wouldn't necessarily negate some sort of tectonic situation, like tectonic plates. Movement of the Earth.
yeah, it does look like there is.
You could have upheaval of land. You could have an upheaval of land from a plate sliding underneath another, creating mountains and all that stuff. It wouldn't require a globe to do so.
I got a desire to hear from Jeremy. Let's see what he's got to say.
Yeah, he's smart. Let's hear it.
It does look like that. All the continents used to be stuck together, like they look like they would fit like a jigsaw puzzle almost. So
Yeah, there's a
Not
lot of
really.
evidence.
Africa.
Not really. They don't fit that well. Like they love to say that, but they don't fit very well. Actually,
I mean, from
like
what I've
Actually.
seen on maps,
Bro,
it
just
looks
look
like
at
they,
it though. They do.
yeah, from what I've seen on maps, it looks like they might like fit a little
Yeah.
something together.
Yeah, but
It's
see, the
South
thing is,
America
in
and
our
Africa.
Aren't puzzles?
It looks like
Hold
it was
on.
cut out.
Aren't jigsaw puzzles flat? Like they're not curved. I've never
Sometimes,
seen a jigsaw puzzle that's flat.
sometimes.
They got those new 3D puzzles out though, so be careful.
That's just funny.
Okay. Thanks,
You never
Jeremy.
seen those 3D puzzles? You can build like the Eiffel Tower and shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
dude.
The pieces are
All right.
flat though. The pieces are flat.
But here's the thing. You have to take the actual data, like the data that they claim of like continental drift and stuff like that is like so small that it's like indecisive.
What?
It's unprovable.
What are you
So,
talking about?
dude, are you kidding me? Dude,
There's
going forward.
there's literally mountains of evidence, and I say that literally
No.
because there's mountains of
Only
evidence.
saying
Literally,
because there's mountains, you're calling it evidence. That's a reification fallacy. Now, if you actually take like data and you start measuring, it comes down to like fractions less than like a very small fractions of an inch of what they claim continents drift from each other in a year. Like, how would you ever measure that? It
Yeah,
takes
but does it not look like the continents all used to fit together? Like Africa fits into like tucks into South America and shit.
it sort of does if you were raised believing that. Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter what I was raised by. I can look at it now and it looks like it.
No, they don't really fit. Like, dude, take another look. Like, and be skeptical about it this time.
I'm always skeptical. We're the most skeptical people on earth. Well, I am. You guys aren't sometimes, but
Don't call me in that.
so I mean, seriously, doesn't it look like South America and Africa? Like if they were to touch tips, they'd be like the big spoon and little spoon kind of
Yeah,
thing.
no, this whole
Yeah, they're spooners.
Pangea idea, right? Like, but like, dude, it's another concept. It's another like you have no
but they
proof
created
of
the
that.
maps for us, so of
Well,
course.
I'm not saying it was definitely happened. I'm just saying it looks like it could have been a thing.
yeah.
How do you know it?
Hell yeah.
How do you know we came from it or we're moving towards it?
I don't have any idea. I have no thoughts on that. I'm just saying it looks like in the past it could have been all together.
Listen, guys, you guys can accept certain things. You don't have to accept everything about the globe. That's understood. But things like geology, sounds like some of us, Jeremy, he at least can see when things appear to be true.
Yeah.
And
No,
when they have
Geology
mountains,
is
they have
bullshit.
mountains.
T Rexes with tiny little arms and shit like that. Okay,
Yeah, they're not talking about T-Rexes. We're talking about mountains whose
Paleontology.
minerals, mountains whose minerals are shared
Hey,
across continents.
how did T-Rexes have sex? Come on, man. Did they call it T-Rex style? You know, like for doggy style, or did they like?
Rex style,
How
Rex
did they?
style,
How did
yeah.
they? How did they bang it out?
How do you choke a bitch like fucking Andrew Tate if you've got little arms?
Right? Yeah,
Listen to
like
me.
the lady T-Rex is like, choke me, and like, so then she's over there, screwing around with the frickin'
Okay, all right.
Triceratops over there.
You're not funny, I know. So listen, it could have been. They could have been together. Maybe they weren't together. Geology is one of the weakest sciences out. I wouldn't even consider it a science. So there's that.
Side
Dude, that was
note:
weak.
has anybody heard that interview with Andrew Tate recently? That where he was talking about comparing like Megan Fox with a dick versus Hulk Hogan with a pussy. He was
No.
saying you were gay. You were gay if you don't have sex with Megan Fox with a dick, because Hulk Hogan with a pussy she'll fuck you up, whereas you could fuck her up. You could wrap your hands around Megan Fox with a dick and fuck her up a little bit. But
I don't
Hulk
know. It's got
Hogan,
weird.
yeah, it got
Yeah,
really
that's
weird.
too weird.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Can we move along the
Listen
conversation?
to me.
Maybe something
What?
else?
What's keeping the light moving with Earth and the Moon? Why is it linked? You're saying it has to be conservation of angular momentum. That is the only thing that can keep the light moving with the Earth and the Moon and the galaxy and the solar system and all these movements. Not linear.
8 minute
Definitely
sun,
can't be
dude.
linear.
8 minute light, bro. Has to keep
8
up.
minute ABs.
Yeah. What about that
Straight
7 minute
line
abs,
is a
dude?
straight line. How
You know what?
does
I'm
that
gonna make a discount for
figure
7 minute
into
abs. Everybody will want to buy my product because it's 7 minute abs. Anyway.
Seriously, Kosho, you have no mechanism that's keeping the light that's moving independent of these bodies with the bodies. Yo, you good?
All right, so are there no Andrew Tate fans out there?
No, that guy's horrible.
Yeah, he is horrible. I agree. I just want to make sure. Thank God that it's pretty much one of the reasons why I left the other server. Is because a lot of people were like for him and his things, and I just want to go back there and laugh at them because of the shit that he recently said. Like literally, he was talking about having sex with a 10 tranny versus a one like hetero. He was saying it was gay to have sex with an ugly woman with a pussy when you could have sex with a very
Yeah,
pretty
we caught your drift
man
the
with.
first time on that. What are your thoughts on the plates?
They don't actually fit. Like they love to say that they would, but they don't. Like if you actually really break it down, they don't actually fit.
Yeah, but it's pretty close. You had some erosion. Maybe there was a couple lakes or rivers in between and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it looks like they could have fit at some point. Kosho, if your
With
mic's
a
lighting up, we can't hear you.
with a stretch of the imagination and a little bit of like hope. Yeah, hopium. Yeah, that'll help. And that's also based off of the maps that they give us, the globe model, and so on and so forth. All of the indoctrination that you've been raised with.
Yeah, Kosho, you're lighting up, but we can't hear anything you're saying. So you might need to reconnect if you're trying to talk. But yeah, most of geology is based off of looking at the layers and assuming dates on it, which I don't necessarily agree with that shit.
Yeah, you know what they do is they look at the layers and they find the stuff in it and they say, oh, the layers must be this old because we know the stuff is this old. But then they'll want to know how old the stuff is. And they'll be like, well, just check what layer we found it in. That'll tell you how old it is. It's circular. Napalm, did you hear the laser beam shooting a laser beam off of Earth thing earlier?
No, I was playing soccer.
Oh, we got him on this, bro. What are you're playing soccer? Are you European?
No, but I just got done playing soccer, and then I have a hockey game here in like an hour.
Oh, you're all
I'm
up
fit.
in it. All right.
Yeah, I'm fucking physically active. I do shit, man. I work 12-hour days and I'm active. That's
That's
why I
what's
have
up.
less than 2% body fat.
Me too. We're
Keeping out
gonna
the Columbus.
we're gonna have an arm wrestling. We're gonna have a thing where we do events with the Globers versus Flat Earthers. We're gonna fucking rock them to sleep. Arm wrestling, fucking push up competition, running, boxing, fucking thumb wrestling, whatever you could think of. Yeah, the light thing's neat. We got him on this light thing. You shoot a laser beam off of Earth. What's keeping the laser beam moving with Earth? Because Earth's moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour, all angularly, all angular movements. So nothing's linear. By the way, so suck it, Kosho.
I mean, I heard Zanuck claim earlier today that light has a conservation of momentum. So I'm sure that would be their claim, I'm assuming.
Dude, I've been working out recently. I've worked construction during my day-to-day life. Been snowboarding and teaching my daughter. And yeah, I gotta tell you, you're absolutely right, Jeremy. Like, yeah, if you want to arm wrestle or whatever else, flat earthers will destroy globe earthers. These guys, they're gonna beat you on like what the like
Yeah,
statistics, or like they're gonna tell you that they're gonna say like what does Michio Kaku say about like what this like that's where they'll beat you.
oh, you think they're going to show up? You think they're going to come
No.
out of their house? Come on. By the way, I also skateboard and surf, Jeremy.
Yeah, yeah. I've been skateboarding a little bit. Like I'm not like good at skateboarding or anything, but just doing that too during the summer. Like it's off season snowboarding. That's what I'm teaching my daughter with, like to help better balance and so on and so forth. Like
Yeah, I ordered there's a deck that came out today, a reissue collab with, who Shepard Fairey is, the guy who invented Obey clothing, the artist.
I've heard a little bit about it, but I don't like follow it enough to like actually know what you're talking about. But yeah.
Yeah, he did a collab with like Santa Cruz. This guy Jim Phillips, who does a lot of the artwork for Santa Cruz, took one of his old things and did a modern take on it. Picked that board up
I
for
love
him.
Arbor boards. They make some awesome shit. Like my skateboard
They
is an
make
Arbor,
longboards,
dude.
cruisers, and longboard.
Yeah, I've got an Arbor cruiser. That's my skateboard, an Arbor cruiser. But they make some pretty awesome fucking snowboards too. And like, I'm kind of wishing I would have spent a little more and got an Arbor because I'm like falling like in love with their shit. But I got like Burton step-ons and freaking like I went all out except for no, anyway, when it comes to that, yeah, like
I have
Arbor.
first gen Burton step-ons, step-in
Yeah,
binding. The first.
the first gen is shit no matter who fucking made it. I gotta tell you that.
Well, it
The
was
first
revolutionary back then, but not gonna lie, a boot pops out every now and again.
yeah. But yeah, no, dude, yeah, I'm loving I'm loving getting back into the game, doing this shit. Like I got a daughter who's athletic and smart, fucking excelling in this stuff and doing it with her. Like it's a family thing. Whereas back in the day, it was like being a rebel, like being an outsider. Like now it's yeah, now it's just more kind of a family thing, like or an anybody thing. Like you just get your kids into being active. Like that's what's important.
Yeah, I mean the whole sport of skateboarding completely has evolved and changed over the years. I mean, good and bad. I mean, back in the day, it was just as much a culture as it was like kind of like a sport or an activity. Like the culture of it
Yeah, they
was
didn't
just
call
as
it a
strong.
sport then. They didn't call it a sport back then.
No,
Like Yeah.
I mean, people have been fighting that forever, like saying that skateboarding is not a sport, blah blah blah, like all that shit, and then everybody just kind of eventually caved in and is like, all right, dude, whatever, put it in the Olympics.
Yeah. No, my thing about Arbor though is like they really do put it like as far as style, they put a stylistic, artistic look on everything that they do. Like they put the tech into it also, but they make it look so much different from the norm. Like they're doing a really good job that way. Like this classic kind of flow, kind of look, kind of going retro with the things. I really like that. I really like that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, a lot of the boards I buy now are strictly for the artwork. Like, I love some of the old school like artists and the artistry that went into the decks. Nowadays, it's not quite as well thought out, or you don't have as much of that. There's a lot of it still. There's still a lot of good artists that contribute to the community. But back in the day, like VCJ, who did most of the well-known Paul Peralta stuff, like the Skeletons, the Ripper, the Tony Hawk's, pro models and all that. Like, his style and artistry is freaking awesome. Like, I love that shit. And then there's the guy Jim Phillips, who did most of the artwork for Santa Cruz. So, the like blue hand with a mouth in the middle of it, the screaming
Yeah,
hand.
yeah. My daughter's riding a Santa Cruz. Mine's
Yeah.
an Arbor, but my daughter's riding a Santa Cruz. Yeah.
Yeah, most of that classic like 80s um into the 90s Santa Cruz artwork is by a guy named Jim Phillips and his son Jimbo Phillips. Like, that kind of like almost like tattoo kind of hot rod style. Like, I love that shit. So I
Yeah,
collect
it's
a lot
pretty
of that.
cool.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I
So
wish
there's some.
my daughter's board. I wish I had a little more style though. It's kind of this red and green, kind of like Santa. Like Santa Cruz, like just kind of almost a generic Santa Cruz, like. But that's her skateboard. Like I said, it's off season. She's got a for snowboarding. Like it's more about snowboarding for me. She's doing so good at snowboarding after one season of like really learning. Like she's doing really really good. And I can already see like in a couple more seasons, she's probably going to be better than me. But yeah, her snowboard is a what is it, a ride? No, no. Sims. She's got a Sims, which yeah, the whole battle between Tim Burton boards and Sims boards.
Oh yeah,
That
that goes
goes
way
back.
back.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
goes way back.
yeah, yeah. I'm riding Burton shit, but like actually, I've got a GNU. I got a GNU
Mm.
snowboard, and she's riding a Sims. But yeah, my bindings and boots are Burton, and yeah, whatever. It's
Yeah, Sims
um.
comes from like the skateboard community back in the day.
Yep, for sure.
And then
That's kind of the argument about snowboards is like that Sims was more skate inspired.
yeah. Yeah, it's like surfing created skateboarding, which created snowboarding. It just keeps evolving.
Yeah, his Sims board is really fucking cute, dude. Like, I got a nice fucking. You gotta admit when it comes to boarding, like it's about the look too. You gotta fulfill the look. Like she's all decked out. She looks like a professional at 9 years old. Like she's got all the right gear.
Nice. Oh, well, it looks like Extremis has put a cartoon in the chat. Maybe that explains Tectonics, the cartoon.
Yeah.
What do you think, Extremist? Is it like a South Park version of Tectonics? Tectonic plates? Yeah. Plate tectonics, brought to you by Extremicist.
I don't know. Can they measure? I mean, go ahead, extremists.
No.
Are you okay?
Blink twice if you need help.
Blink 364 times in 1 second if you need help.
Don't say anything if the Earth is flat.
There we go.
Oh, game over.
Pack it up. Pack it up. I mean, with GPS, they should be able to measure this. They say they can measure it from New York to LA in a fucking centimeter or millimeter or some shit. So I'm thinking this fucking, they'd be able to measure this shit, no?
Well, they have a grid system for that shit.
Well, again, it has to do with the model that you want to accept. So, like, they give you a bunch of maps, and
Shit,
you're. It's all based off. Everything is based off of assumption. So, like, again, man, like, I love being in this conversation, but the majority of our conversations have to do with being based off of assumption, and that means nothing in the real scope of things. Like, we need real hard facts.
Yeah, it's my understanding that GPS basically they have a coordinate system, and that's all based around the center of the Earth. So when they build their coordinate system around a point like the center of the Earth, then you can get the shape you get. It's not like it's measured.
Yeah, but the so many of the Globers, uneducated ones, will come in and say, "We measured it." Be like, "How?" And they'll be like, Well, it's a calculation." And they'll be like, and then all of a sudden you go, "Is a calculation is a calculation a measurement?" And then there's something again. And be like, "Well, yeah, it is, but it's not what you guys are looking for. Your standard of proof is too high."
Yep. According to them, a tape measure is a calculation.
Yeah, but those people never worked in construction. If I work in tandem with another dude, and he's got a tape measure, I've got a tape measure, and if our tape measures are inaccurate according to each other, we've got a big problem. So if he says, 182 and 5/8 strong, and mine is a 16th off or a 32nd off, depending on what we're doing, it could make a big difference.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, everything for them is a calculation. So what happened with this light thing, Jeremy?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Tell them more.
Oh no, nothing happened with it. Like we're just right, and they refuse to answer properly. They pretend like they answered, but they didn't. They just keep on saying, ignore all that shit that you're pointing out, and just assume that you're on a flat and motionless plane, and the moon is also flat and motionless, and we can just bounce shit off of it. Ignore the trajectory around the galactic center. Ignore the motions around the sun. Ignore the fact that you're spinning. None of it matters. That's their answer.
Gotcha. So you don't need to factor
Kosho,
any of that in. It just works as if everything's flat and stationary, except sidereal motion.
well,
It's relativity. So you can just assume that this is. I tried to call him on this too, but I didn't press it. So I said, "Do you want me to assume that the Earth is the center of everything?" And he was like, "No, no, no, no." And it moved on real quick. But like that's essentially kind of what their argument was. Like the Earth is the center, and the moon in relation to the Earth is a small difference because it only spins so fast, like, but there's all these other motions that we were bringing up, and they just want us to ignore them.
So treat it as if it's geocentric.
Kind of, yeah.
Makes sense. Gotcha. So we could use something like was it Tycho Brahe's idea that it was geocentric, and then you had the sun and the moon moving around the Earth, and then you had the planets were moving around the sun, I think, in his model. Something like that. Can we just treat it like that?
What are we talking about?
Is that Tycho Brahe?
Tycho Brahe.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a new contender though. He might disagree with them. Should we start over?
I don't know. He doesn't know who Tycho Brahe is, so I don't know how.
I fucking know who Tycho Brahe is. Jesus.
Okay. So was I
right? I mean, have you not watched the Neil deGrasse Tyson Cosmos? I mean, tells you all about it. That's the first time I actually heard of it. I had to
before we decide to contend with you, do you disagree with Zanuck and Kosho?
About what?
It doesn't matter. Do you?
No, I like Kosho. I'm not sure about Zanuck. I don't really know him that well.
Are you skeptical of anything that they might say?
I'm skeptical of everything.
But I'm sure you agree with the official story on everything.
Official story. No, I agree with fact. Like that which comports with reality. I agree with that.
Do you agree? Do you agree that Zanuck is the citation and that whatever he says is true?
I don't know. Like you're asking me a question I can't.
What do you mean
know.
you don't know? That's an obvious one. That's not like a that's an obvious answer. You should say no. Of course not.
I will say nothing. I will.
Do you automatically agree with Zanuck? Do you automatically agree with Zanuck? Yes or no?
Of course not. I don't automatically agree with anyone just because they're who they are.
Does light have conservation of momentum?
I'm not sure. In a way, I suppose. I guess it would. I guess it would. Yeah. I guess. Well, I'm not sure if quantum particles follow
quantum particles. Do you think quantum particles are like? Do they have a shape?
I mean, like, look, a photon is a subparticle, right? It's not a part of an atom in the sense of like an electron, a neutron, or a proton, right?
What's an electron?
A photon is an interesting character. It has no mass, so technically, I'm not sure if it follows the sort of like momentum, like, you know,
Yeah,
of like Newton's laws, if you will.
Right. I don't think it would, if that's the case. If it has no mass, then like conservation of momentum wouldn't apply, correct?
Yeah, no, because then we're just talking about simply energy, and it gets weird down at the quantum level. So yeah, it's not something I really know that
I
much
find
about.
it funny. I find it funny referring to a photon as an it, like it's a thing in and of itself.
Well, it is.
Oh yeah,
there is such
What
a
is
thing called a photon, and you would
What is
call
it?
it an it. It's not a he or a she.
What is the shape of a photon?
I don't know.
Well, I think what Napalm's getting to is that
Some
it's
sort
more
of
of a
fundamental particle
more of a
energy.
concept. More of a concept. Like it's
It might
not
be.
like a real thing.
It's the smallest quanta of energy within the EM spectrum that they measure.
Yeah, see, it's weird because like light is an interesting character. It acts like a particle in certain situations, and it acts like a wave in other situations. So I'm not really sure what it is
That's
fundamentally.
not correct. You've been watching too much.
It does. It is correct. It is correct. Have you not seen the double slits?
It acts like a wave.
Double slit experiment?
It acts like a wave in all occasions, but sometimes appears to be like a particle. I think that would be more accurate.
Okay, yeah, you can say it that way. Sure, I'll agree with that. If you didn't like my wording, I'll go with yours.
Well, there's a big difference in that, though. I want you to understand.
Okay, there's a big difference. You're correct, and I am wrong, and so therefore we shall.
No. I'm not looking for being correct. I want you to understand.
I'm moving on with the conversation because I've already conceded to yours.
Okay, so you do agree that it always has the characteristics of a wave pattern, right? Always.
I don't know. I think when we go and measure it in some instances, it seems to be a particle, much like an electron.
This is the nuance.
Yeah, so you think you think there's something called like a wave particle duality? Like what?
Well, like a photon. Well, right, like a photon can be measured as a unit, so like it's a particle, but it can also be measured as a wavelength. So I don't know.
A unit isn't necessarily a particle in the colloquial sense of the term, meaning that it's not like some sort of.
This is beyond
like
my knowledge. So I'm really kind of guessing. I mean, from the information that I remember when I was reading about photons, it would seem to suggest that it's kind of like the sort of duality of like an electron, right? Like an electron's not really a particle, but it is. If you measure it in an instant, it seems like a particle. So I don't know.
Not a particle in a sense of like you would have some sort of like oxygen molecule or something like that. It's not. It doesn't have a shape or anything like that. It's just a specified quanta. I mean, even J.J. Thomson, the discoverer of the electron, called it the terminal end of 1 unit of dielectric induction. So if the terminal end of 1 unit of dielectric
induction.
Yeah.
Wow, those are big words, buddy. Are you sure
I found
you're not going to hurt yourself with that?
Somebody also argued about the neutron.
I think I can handle it.
The neutron is an interesting instance where like it's neither positive nor negative. It's neutral. It basically is just a filler. It like we have no proof or evidence of its existence. It just needs to be there due to conception.
It's something that can be measured, right? So that
it's all conceptual.
No, it can't be measured because it's neutral.
How do you fucking see, asshole? I mean, come on, don't get stupid.
What do you think do you think like light is a bunch of photons that are like bouncing and hitting your eye? Like, do you have to empty
in
the
a sense,
photons into
yes.
your eye?
In a sense, they are, yes, because
No,
as they hit your eye,
not how
right,
it
like
works.
it's an information packet. So yes,
I mean, that's a rudimentary understanding that people are fed
sure,
so
but
that they can understand a concept, but that's not what's actually
okay.
taking
So
place.
like, if you were to take a light and then walk away from you, at a certain point, it would look like it's blinking. Do you know why that is?
It doesn't matter. I mean, you can have. Do you think light
Oh,
is only
it doesn't
visible
matter. Okay,
light?
never mind.
I mean,
I
what
don't know
is
what the point is anymore. I mean, get to the point here. Come on. What do you want? What are you trying to say?
What we were getting to has to do with actually, what was it? It had to do
light?
with
Light's got a bunch of BBs that are bouncing around. It's already present. It's
No
an
shit.
agitation or a perturbation of an existing thing that's already present.
Perturbation. Wow, there's another good word. Good job.
You think because he's using big words that like he's
Yeah.
just trying to astound you with that?
Is agitation a better word? Is that? Do I need to use crayons or
No,
something?
perturbation is much better. I like that one better.
All right, cool.
Surprised you haven't used a waveform collapse or something.
No, this came down to the reason why we started with this conversation before you got here. It had to do with time itself, like whether time was whether
Don't call it
time
time.
was a
Fuck no.
particle or the graviton was a particle. Particle science in general, like whether it was correct or incorrect.
You get a particle. You get a particle. Everybody
Does time
gets a
exist?
particle.
That's a
No.
good question. That's
Time
actually
is
a good question.
fucking concept, bro. Come on.
Time, so it doesn't exist as a concept either?
What do you mean exist?
It only exists as a concept.
Hold on. Yeah, what do you mean exist?
Is it a thing?
What do you mean by a thing?
Well, like
I'm not
if I
trying to
were to
be
say,
pedantic, but
if I were to say, look, there's a wall. It's made of bricks. It has mortar in between.
Yeah.
And then you looked and you saw that there were bricks and mortar and a wall. That's a thing.
Yeah. Correct.
Is time a thing?
That's a very good analogy, right? So when you say is a wall a thing, I would be able to say, yeah, a wall is a thing and there's one and it's comprised of bricks and mortar. So when you ask
asking
if
you,
time
is time a thing?
I would say no, unless you consider a concept a thing, and I do not.
Is time a particle?
Not that I know of.
Right. So it's a concept, right? Would you agree with that?
Well, I mean, most things are concepts in our heads, right? Until we see an actual thing, and then it ceases to be just a concept.
Through your sensory input is how you would generally determine whether something was a thing.
Yeah.
Thing.
I feel like I
around
sense
me,
time.
I can touch.
I feel like I sense time, right? Like I have this sense of time.
Let me ask you
so
this. Let me ask,
it feels
ask you this.
real to me. So if it's not an actual thing, then what is it that I'm actually
Yeah, but let me ask you this. In the past, well, no, in the past, your memories of the past, are they real or are they just memories?
Well, memories can be real, right?
Not well, hold on. They're always skewed.
Can you present to me a memory?
No, I mean 1 + 1 is a memory, right? But like it's still 1 + 1 = 2, right? Like that concept, that idea, that thing that's purely not an actual thing is a thing inside my head. That's
a thing.
A real thing, though, right?
It's only a thing when you have some sort of tangible thing that you're equating with each one that you combine together to have what you would call two, right? But the counting, the 1 + 1 is not a thing. It's a tool that we utilize to be able to.
It's a concept, right? It is a definition.
All right. Can you say that history books are accurate, or are they just like a person's description of or biased description of the past?
I'm sorry? Memories? Is that what you
Well,
said?
yeah. Like, what is the past? What does it contain?
What
Like,
is the past? It's the thing that just happened.
yeah, but
What thing
can you
just happened?
describe it without using the present?
Yes, you asked me what it was that is the past. What is the past is what you asked me, and I answered it's the thing that just passed.
What thing just passed, though? What is the thing that just passed?
Yeah, right. Time.
No, so so the past is time, the thing that just happened.
Well,
But in
past
order
is
for
a
it to
time.
get so hold
Past
on
is a
a second.
temporal sort of relationship, right? Like
Hold
when
on.
we define past, right? It's
I didn't
temporal.
even
We're
get to
talking
finish,
about
bro.
temporal things.
I didn't even get to finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
My bad.
yeah,
That
so
was in the past.
when you say it's the thing, right? Time is the thing that just passed. When you used a great description or analogy with the wall, and it was comprised of bricks and mortar. So a wall is tangible. I can touch it. I can say what it's made of. I can even drill down further and say what the bricks are made of, what the mortar's made of. We can have all of this
If
stuff
you
that we can touch, smell, see, hear, feel, whatever.
if
What
you had
sort of substance do you have for your concept of the
if
thing that you call time?
well, let's talk about it this way with the in relationship with the wall. If I was just standing there uh, rid yourself of my words, right? But like I'm just setting up the scene. So like imagine you're in a field, right? And there's nothing around you. But you had a pile of bricks and a thing of mortar and a trowel to sort of put a wall together. So you're just standing there, no time is there, so like you have no perception of it. But then
What do you
something
mean no
happens.
time is there?
Well, just imagine that there's no time, right? Like, but all of a sudden, you just find yourself in this field with this wheelbarrow of
I'm fine with
mortar
everything
and
other than
thing,
the no time being
and
there.
then suddenly you just start putting together a wall, right? Like one brick at a time, putting mortar on and laying it down, and putting mortar on and laying it down, until you have a wall. What just happened?
You made a wall.
Right. Okay. It in each brick, right? You could relate that to a certain moment, a snapshot, right? You could say, I can imagine the wall with only 2 bricks. I can imagine the
So
wall with only 16
that's
bricks.
fine. I
I can
think we get
imagine the
what you're
wall with
saying.
300 bricks. Okay, so
So would
time
you
is
agree
that.
then?
That is
Would you
what time
agree
is.
then?
It is the passing of relationships between objects.
Okay, would you agree then
Gotcha.
that
So
time is purely conceptual and it's
yeah,
man-made, and that it's a way to
it's
determine
it's a
the
concept.
passing of
No,
events?
it's something we perceive, much like color or
You literally
time.
No.
said
Hold
it's the
on.
passing of events.
So what is your perception if you don't have the bricks, you don't have the field? How is your perception of time?
We can sense it, right? Like right now,
What do you mean
you can.
sense it? What
There was a
sensory input
beginning.
do you utilize
Okay,
for time?
it's in the very words that we use. If I were to say, when was the beginning of this conversation?
Uh-huh.
Right, that's a
Beginning, middle, and end.
relationship of time, right? Like we began it, we're in the
Right.
middle of it, and
Right.
eventually it'll end.
So
Can
it's
we
not
slow that
physical.
down?
This
Can
is
we
time.
slow that down and speed that up?
Well, in a sense, sure.
How?
Well, I mean, if I were to become very drab and boring and talk extremely slowly, time would seem to slow down to you because it would
Seem.
No,
be
time wouldn't slow
Seem.
down. You
unbearable
would.
to you.
I
And
wouldn't.
so
No,
it would
wrong.
seem like
I wouldn't slow down.
time,
You would slow down.
but right. But in reality, right, like time's consistent.
How so?
Well, I mean, because it's a relative sort of thing, right?
So it's consistent, right? So you couldn't change it. You couldn't speed it up or slow it down. It's consistent. I agree with that. It's a concept
You can.
of it's a concept that we meter and we measure based on intervals, right? And those
Well,
intervals,
it's a
we give
local.
descriptions to those intervals. And since we give descriptions to those intervals of things that transpire
Sure.
in linear progression, then we have a concept that we call time. But we don't have anything physically tangible, right? We don't have physicality. We don't have tangibility. We can't touch it, smell it, see it, hear it, any of that. There's no sensory input that's involved, right? So it's not a thing, it's a concept.
Well, can you touch a one-dimensional object?
There's no such thing.
Not even a two-dimensional object.
Well, how would you know if there was a one-dimensional thing? Could you perceive a one-dimensional object?
There are no one or two-dimensional objects.
How do you know that?
Can you present one to me?
Yeah, time.
Time is not a one-dimensional.
It's not
thing.
So it's not linear.
If I could put time in a bottle, what's that song?
Yeah. If I
put some time in a bottle and send it to me.
Bottle,
I think you all don't think properly.
Put some time in a box and mail it to me. I'll give you my address.
Need to go smoke some more weed and think about yourselves and what time is.
I did to you.
That might help.
How much time have we wasted talking to you about this?
It's been at least 15 minutes.
How do you know?
Because I saw the time when I came in, and I see the time now.
You see time.
I can subtract.
So it's a calculation.
Yeah.
And you see
we have
wow.
intervals of minutes on this clock, right? So I'm accurate to the minute. Obviously, it could be 59 seconds off. I could be, but
so okay. So you agree then time is an interval. So I would agree that like if you wanted to measure, like Lou does construction, if he wants to measure her board, he would use intervals.
Yeah,
units,
a tape measure,
like inches, right?
Yeah,
so if you want,
generally speaking, we use a tape measure. If we want to measure time, right, we generally use a clock or a stopwatch or something like that.
Yeah, but if you adjust the clock like we did last week, if we just clock forward an hour, does that mean time changed, or does that mean you adjusted the interval?
But can you hand me an inch?
The time's the same. We just sort of changed the clock.
Can you hand me an inch? Is an inch a concept or a thing?
Yeah, I can hand you an inch. I could measure a board an inch, cut an inch of it, and hand it to you and say, "Here."
No, you would be handing me a board. The inch is what we have constructed.
Of which measures an inch.
Measures an inch, so it's just a unit.
Yeah,
it's a standardized
unit we made. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
We sort of said like there are going to be 12 of these in this foot, and there's going to be 3 of these in this yard. There's going to be so many of these yards per fucking mile. You know what I mean? Yeah, there are intervals of measurement. Yeah,
but inches don't
sort of defined.
So inches don't exist in and of themselves, right? No. They require something physically tangible in order to be able to relate to something. Okay, so what is an inch comprised of?
A particular measurement.
It's comprised of a particular measurement?
Yeah, an inch is a particular measurement.
Is it? Okay, so it's non-physical, it's non-tangible, it's not a thing, it's a concept.
Well, sure.
Is it bended by space-time?
Yeah, the measurement itself of an inch is a concept that we made, right? Like, and then we defined it. We defined that concept so that we could use it like universally between peoples.
Right. But do we have to accept that and acknowledge it and then try to duplicate it in order to build?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, look, it's a concept in the fact that, like, if I want to, like, convey the concept to another human, like I have to define something in some way, right? Like, and in this case, a measurement is like we know what that is. It's like a length. It's something that we can sort of get the size of, right? Like it takes up a certain amount of space, or goes a certain distance, or has a certain amount of time, right? Like these are units that we've sort of divided in a universal fashion to sort of like know what we're talking about. So you know what I mean?
So we can conceptually utilize these units of measure to be able to construct things and stuff like that, right? It's useful, right? In the same way that the measurement relates to the foot. Buddy, just let me speak for a second. I'm literally standing outside waiting to go into my hockey game, and I don't have a lot of time. So
go kick some ass in hockey. Go beat somebody up.
I love hockey, by the way. Good luck to you.
So in the same way you're speaking of inches, right? They're a concept that we utilize and we apply towards tangible things in order to have some sort of utility. It's very useful. I would say that time is the same exact thing as what you would refer to as like inches and feet. The only thing is we utilize seconds and minutes, right? We've come up with a standard that we apply towards physically tangible things. As they progress, we measure them in specific standard intervals. Now, just because we have specific standard intervals on how things progress doesn't mean that time is necessarily a thing that's physically tangible that can be bent and warped. But I got to go. Y'all have a good night.
All right, yeah. Have on the ice.
2 hours.
You just sort of contradicted yourself with that, though, because you said that we were able to measure it, but yet it doesn't exist.
No.
If it doesn't actually exist, we can measure it.
Hold on.
That would be like,
let me respond.
I'm going to measure a board, but
I'm not measuring.
the board
What am I
doesn't
measuring?
actually exist because the measurement doesn't exist.
Hold on. Time is reliant upon things that are tangible, right?
Yeah.
Right. So the tangible things are.
I can break a 12-foot board into pieces, right?
Measuring anything.
Time in and of itself is nothing physical or substantial that you can put your finger on. It's conceptual.
Okay,
but I gotta go.
Look, if you have a measurement of something,
he's literally got to go onto the ice.
Yeah, I know, that's fine. But I'm still going to continue to talk. If you measure something, right? Like let's not talk about time. Let's talk about length.
Well, I'm the one who I'm the one.
If I measure a length, well, let me finish my goddamn sentence.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I can shut up afterwards, but I just want to finish the thought. If you measure something, right? Like if you measure something like a length of board, right? The measurement itself is something we sort of like made up, right? Like it's a concept.
Yeah,
right?
it's
like
arbitrary.
an inch is a fucking it's completely arbitrary, right? But it doesn't mean that the board length doesn't exist, right? Like there's obviously something there that I'm measuring.
Our point.
Right?
That's our point.
Like
a plank length. Like a plank length.
Time is the board, right? And the clock is the tape measure.
The board is the what? And the
board is time, and the clock is the tape measure.
See, this is. Oh, you're totally losing me all of a sudden. Like you and I could probably agree.
Come on, it's a direct analogy. It's a direct analogy.
No, a board is not time, and a tape measure is not like what did you say? No, no, it's not.
Look, if I were to measure a board, I'd use a tape measure, right? Because it's the instrument that we've sort of designated
I understand what you're
as a way to measure the board. All right,
it's not. It's not equivalent.
When I measure the board, I get a certain length, right? And I'm saying that if I were to measure time, I would get a certain length. I'm saying that the board is the time, and the tape measure is the clock.
Right. If we're starting with a 12-foot board and we measure it with a tape measure, right? Then we have to have that 12-foot board as a unit standard for everybody who ever measures anything, right?
We can call it a giggle wobble. I don't care. Doesn't matter.
Okay. Now, if time passes and you say you're talking about warping space-time and shit like that, does the length of a 12-foot board change? Does it become shorter or longer?
Well, it depends on what you mean.
No, it doesn't depend. In physical reality, does that board actually change?
Well, if I were to do certain things with the board, I could technically get our measurement to be shorter or longer.
It might swell or shrink a little bit based off of the moisture content of the board. But let's take something else.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, if I were to make that board go up to the speed of light, not quite, obviously, because we can't go quite fast.
That's right. That's exactly why I talked about plank length.
It would seem in a relative fashion that the board is, Shorter or longer, I can't remember at the moment.
No, but that's all 100% theory. It's stuff that we cannot test.
Well, no, it is something that we can test.
No, it isn't.
Sure, it is.
How?
Well, the Michelson-Morley did the same thing.
How can you take a 12-foot board and put it into space and make it travel at light speed?
I didn't say that.
That's essentially.
I'm saying if we could. I'm saying if we could, then theoretically, yes, the board would be. I'm sorry, I can't remember which way it would go, but it's shorter or longer. It would appear to be. Obviously, it wouldn't actually
be shorter because it's traveling. It would appear to be shorter.
Relatively to us, yes.
Yeah, I can understand your theory, but it doesn't like relate into reality.
Well, okay. I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry that bothers you. My bad. I don't mean to make you mad.
So no, I'm not mad. I'm just saying an inch is an inch, a foot is a foot, but none of these things are derived by the speed of light or the speed you're traveling or any of that. Like, it's just like how imperial system came to be. Like, a foot was the length of the king's foot, or between the forefinger and the arm, or whatever it was.
It doesn't seem to you, because you're always in the frame of reference that you're measuring from. So to you, none of this stuff seems to change ever. But to somebody on the outside, it would change on a different.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because of the theory of relativity.
It's only a theory. Can you test it?
What do you mean it's only a theory? That's like the highest thing in science. It means that there's a body of facts and that suggests this thing, right? And when you put all the facts together, you get the fucking theory. That's the highest thing in science. Like, there is nothing higher. A theory.
Okay, so if somebody attaches the word theory to something, you know it's a fact. So I've got a theory about. I've got a theory about like ghosts.
No, that's a colloquial sense.
I've got a theory.
Not a scientific.
I've got a theory about Freemasons. Okay.
No, that's not a theory.
I got a theory about what is
that's a colloquial sense. In a colloquial, you're equivocating is the word that you're using. And what it is that there's two definitions of theory. One is a scientific theory, in which case is that I was talking about, which is the highest form. The highest form that science can get to. And then there's another sense.
I'm not done.
I'm not done. And then there's another sense of the word theory, which means, in a colloquial sense, a hunch, a guess, a sort of construal of what's around me, right?
I understand.
But that's not what a scientific theory is. It's the complete opposite.
When it comes to things like astrophysics, so like when it comes to actual physics, like here on Earth, things that we can actually test, like we can put it through the scientific method, right? But when it comes to things like astrophysics or theoretical astrophysics or theoretical physics, can we actually test them? Or do we have to?
I can answer the question. But I need something clarified first. What does 1 equal 1?
I need to know the relevance of the question. Yes, it does, but I need to know the relevance.
Right. A equals A, correct? So something that is what it is.
In the real world, yeah.
A rock is a rock, right? Right. It's not something else.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I was just making sure we're on the same fucking level here, because sometimes people are fucked up.
No, but when you ask questions like that, I know you're warming me up for something that's going to get fucked up real quick.
No, I'm not.
Well, you need to know if you're on the same level. How many drinks have you had tonight?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Or are you asking the other guy who sounds drunk as fuck?
Yeah, have you had at least 6 drinks?
Yeah, lunatic sounds like he's fucking had a few.
Dude, I'm celebrating, dude. I just got a fucking house, man.
But Jeremy's asking me if I'm drunk, and you're the one that's fucking drunk. Fucking Christ.
No,
you said
are you on my level? No, the question is, are you on my level?
checking to see if you were on the same level as Lou. So now I need to know how many drinks you had to see if you guys were on the same level or not. I didn't say you were drunk.
Only two drinks.
Look, it doesn't really matter. It's a good joke, but it doesn't really matter.
Although they're narwhals, so I think they're 9%. So
narwhals are 9%. What?
I think so.
9% what?
Sierra Nevada Narwhal is an imperial stout made by Sierra Nevada Brewing Company, Chico, California, and I think that they have another brewing place.
Oh, okay, gotcha. No, the narwhal, the dolphin whale thing. Like I thought it was 9%.
Oh, the one with the horn. Narwhals are the whales with the horn. The unicorn.
Yeah. Unicorns of the sea.
Yes. That's their logo.
Are they 9% alcohol as well?
Yeah, that's what I mean. 9%. No, I don't think the narwhals are. No.
Never mind.
Although they live in cold water, so they could have something like that. I don't know, antifreeze or something. Lots of blubber.
Shit. All right. Anyway.
Fuck! I totally forgot Jeremy. What the fuck we were talking about.
Yeah. So did I. Jeremy, what do you got?
Come on, save us, Jeremy.
I don't know. That's what you've been doing to me all night, Lou. How's it feel?
I don't know. I've been. Dude, you were piggybacking off of me the whole night. You were all going like it has to do with the relation of. All right, so that's essentially it. We've been talking about time dilation, right? Like or whether or not like or reference frames when it comes to the argument of whether or not you could shine a laser from Earth and hit the moon and then have it bounce back and gain a photon or two back. How would you do that with the speed of the Earth within its galaxy around the sun and the moon doing the same rotation around the Earth? What we're talking about is that whole
that's where the reflection comes in.
Reflection. It's not just like a simple reflection.
Like, look, they're consistently moving, right? So, like, if you aim it in the right spot, it's going to bounce back to you. If you don't, then it's not, right? Like, so it's all about how you aim to the mirrors, right? So, you're only going to get a photon back if you aim it in the right spot.
Well, that's why you guys took 10 years to get even a single photon return with your retroflectors and everything.
I don't know. It might take us that long to fucking find the goddamn things. They're small as fuck, dude. Like, I don't know why they put something so fucking small up there. That would be like that. Nobody ever asked that question. Like if you want to be skeptical, it'd be like, wait, if you're gonna put something up there, like, why did you put something so fucking small? Why didn't you have something that's folded out or something like that? You know, I get that you only have limited space in the LEM or whatever, but like, for fuck's sake. Can't you have something that extends or attaches or something? Jesus Christ! Why you gotta have
wouldn't you have put a little blinking? Wouldn't you have put a little blinking light, like a little solar panel, and a little blinking like red or green light or something?
You wouldn't be able to see the light. I don't think.
Why not? What's stopping the photons? What's stopping?
Light works the way you guys say.
The dust and
light
shit
works the way you guys say
in the atmosphere and.
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, like, you might be able to, like, if you could telescope in on it, you could probably see the light. But, like, just standing there with your own naked eye in the night sky, like, you're not going to see that tiny little fucking light, man.
All right. But what about... Go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry.
If light works the way you guys say, what's stopping the photons from reaching our eyeballs?
The atmosphere and the dust in the around us.
So we couldn't have put a little bright light up there that we could have seen?
Well, if it's bright enough, right? Like, yeah, we could see it easily. But, like, I don't think that we could have put something that would have enough energy to, like, get down here for any length of time. You know what I mean? Like a simple, like, pen laser or something like that's just not going to be enough, right? Like, and like back in the day, like in the 70s, 60s, and 70s, not have solar panels that would give you like kilowatt sort of hour things that you would need to have a light bright enough?
Well, then how did we? Why did we put all those fucking satellites up there with solar panels on them during that time?
Oh, for fuck's sake! We're not trying to see a light, right? Like, but like we can see the solar, the satellites up there by the sun reflecting off of them.
Bro, you know how gangster that would be if somebody put a solar powered light on the moon we could see from Earth with the naked eye?
That'd be cool, man. I think we should do that.
Put a fucking
You should
light bulb
suggest
on
that
the
to
moon,
NASA,
bitch.
dude. You should suggest that for the Artemis.
They don't listen to flat
Like, what
earthers.
about Mars, man? Because we got this Artemis mission that's going to come up. And what about Mars, man?
Do you want to hear
Put a
my
light on fucking Mars?
Do you want to hear my I want as many people to hear this as possible. Do you want to hear my prediction for Artemis?
Wow.
No, it's actually pretty good. In fact,
really?
yeah, even globe earthers are like, holy
Not
shit.
suggest.
So
never a guest.
check this out. Artemis happens. It's an all female mission. We go up, but some devastation happens. Like it's like Columbia or what's the other one?
Challenger.
Columbia or Challenger, right?
Yeah, Challenger.
So all the women die.
Poor souls.
All of them.
Wow.
And
you don't like women, do you?
Hold on. No. This isn't about that. So we ground manned space flight to space for a short period of time, or it might be a long period of time. It's indefinite. An indefinite long time. And then they say, hold on, we've been going about this all wrong. We can do this better. We've already got drones on Mars. We got a helicopter on fucking Mars. UAVs. We can do this better. We don't need people to go to space. And we're going to ground all manned space travel to anywhere.
Well, the future of space
and then they're going to say, in fact, our technology is so great. You can buy VR goggles and we will 360 8K drone this shit straight to your eyes. It'll be like you are there. And every one of us can go to space.
That'd be cool. Put like one of them VR camera fucking things on fucking Mars and shit, and just like have something travel around. That would be so fucking cool.
There'll be no human there, and you're gonna think it's real.
The future of space exploration. That is actually it. It's not manned flight. Men can't explore space like that. You ever heard Michio Kaku spit it? Where you send a
Michio Kaku.
You send a rocket. Yeah, but this is the actual way in your guys' paradigm. This is how you would have to explore space.
No, don't you tell me what my paradigm is. Fuck you and your pushing of your paradigm on me.
Well, no, I'm just saying with your infinite universe
you
and
don't
shit,
know my
this is how you would want to explore space. You'd want to send
I want to go up there. I want to be up there. I want to go up there. I want to go to Mars.
Or you're never going up there. You're probably always. You sound like you're overweight.
That's because I'm fat, old, and I have a bad
you're overweight.
back.
You have a drinking problem. I mean, I don't know.
You're right, Jeremy. Absolutely.
But listen,
I want to go up there.
In your paradigm, space exploration goes like this. This is the best way to do space exploration in your paradigm. You send a craft to a fucking body, a celestial body. It gathers resources and minerals and makes more craft that shoot out to more fucking bodies, and then you just keep fucking expanding like a bubble around Earth.
Yeah.
Take a look at what's going on with the advancement of AI. Take a look at what's going on with the advancement of AI.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they don't want you to go there. They want you to.
How do you know I'm not an AI? I could be an AI right now. You don't know.
Well, you could be, but you're not.
If you were an AI, you would have said something.
You're not smart enough. You're not smart enough to be an AI.
Yeah, got him.
Yeah, funny. That was funny.
No, but seriously, that is the way to explore space in your paradigm. Like it could be so slow with humans and shit.
be
You have
honest-
to do it like that.
To be honest, Jeremy, it would be much more efficient, more cost effective, and
Faster. It's faster.
yeah, and a lot safer, for humans, obviously, because you wouldn't be
Yeah,
putting
and
them
that
up
will
there.
be their argument that they use. But they
Well, I'm
need
just
they
saying, if
need
you
a
send it,
But at the same sense, like, what progress would that give us? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
none,
you'd have
none
you flat
whatsoever.
earthers. You'd have you flat earthers going like, that ain't fucking real.
Of
oh
course.
yeah, we're gonna roast you on that shit. That's not the
Yeah.
point, though. The point is, you could never do it as fast as you can as these machines could. Just think about it.
Yeah,
You
that's
build
true.
a craft,
It'd be more
you send
efficient.
a guy out in outer space, right? In the meantime, you got 8 million fucking self-replicating bots. This is also could be a doomsday scenario for the universe, by the way. But
You know
nonetheless,
what? If you sent a person or two,
No,
to
you
help
wouldn't do any.
facilitate.
You wouldn't, it's too dangerous.
No, listen. The problem we have with controlling sort of autonomous, sort of like robots and stuff like that is just like we either have to have some sort of AI that's controlling them in such a way that we don't have to do anything, right? That they're completely on their own. They're completely autonomous.
That's what they've already done with Mars.
Or no, that's not true. They're human controlled elements.
there's
we
a guy
give them,
moving it 1 inch at a time.
yeah,
dude.
exactly.
Bullshit.
Right. Like it takes too long for people to control, so it's really hard to do. So like you have to be very trained and like very planned out.
So how easy is it to fire the person who claims to be at the controls and just have an AI do it?
Dude, there's no rover
don't
on
know.
Mars. There's no rover. I know. There's no rover on Mars, dude. We've seen the mushrooms, the groundhog. Dude, the mushrooms.
What?
Right?
What do you mean there's no rover on Mars? Jesus Christ,
There's
even
no
China
rovers.
has a
There's
rover
no
on
rovers
Mars.
on Mars.
It
There's
hasn't
no rovers
moved
on
in
Mars.
fucking months, but I mean they have one on.
There's no rovers on Mars.
Bro, have you
Oh,
seen
yeah.
the mushrooms? Have you seen the pictures of the mushrooms?
Oh, shut the hell up.
You don't think that's a thing?
I mean, no, of course not. I mean, first of all, most of the time when you're looking at shit, you're seeing things. It's like a mountain's worth of fucking thing, and you think it's like some sort of lore of mushroom.
Do you think
like,
it's funny
fucking
that Artemis
retard.
is supposed to be an all-woman fucking mission? Do you know how the emotional chains would be pulled on people if the women all died?
Well, it'd probably set back, whatever missions for a little while. Yeah.
Yeah, a long time. A long time. Dude, they would say never again are we going up there with people.
Hold
on, right here, Lou.
I mean, we've blown up quite a few people.
Lou, I got a citation. This is from WTAMU.edu.
What the fuck is that?
I don't know what college that is, but
are you sure that's a college?
I don't know. It's .edu. Can you make a .edu site if you're not a college?
Well, no, but you can make it. You can make a
.edu.
Like, yeah, if you're anybody, you don't have to be a college.
Does anybody know what West WTAMU stands for?
WT. No, I have no idea.
WSTAMU, I think he said.
No, it's WTAMU.edu.
Google it, bitches.
I don't care. Listen to what they say. Whatever this is from, it's the top result on Google. Unlike a baseball, light loses momentum by lowering its frequency rather than lowering its speed. The fact that light carries momentum has profound effects on particle interactions because of the law of conservation of momentum. So pay attention to the first part.
It's directly contradictory to what Zanuck said. Yeah.
Unlike a baseball, light loses momentum by lowering its frequency rather than by lowering its speed.
Oh, yeah, that's why we have red shift and blue shift. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but that's not what Zanuck was saying. Zanuck was saying that it doesn't lose its momentum because it's not traveling through a medium.
Right, it's not losing momentum; it's losing frequency. Like it's lowering.
Zanuck was saying that it would have
lowering its frequency. So the speed is the same.
This site is saying it does lose its.
No, the speed is the same.
Lose its momentum.
No, the speed is the same. So it's
unlike
not losing
a baseball,
momentum.
Light loses momentum by lowering its frequency.
Right, by lowering its frequency, not its speed. Like a baseball would lower its speed and the light doesn't, it lowers its frequency, which isn't speed, it's wavelength.
All right, so let me
Speed
ask
is
you
the
this.
same.
So is light equivalent to throwing a softball in the air?
No.
No,
Not
okay.
even close.
All right. Well, so if we're on a rotating I want to say plane, but I know you won't like that. But like if we're on a rotating Earth and
Say
we
whatever you want.
we throw a light into the air,
Throw light.
should we expect it to behave like the softball and
No.
return back?
I said no. The answer
Okay.
is a hard no.
So you should talk to Zanuck.
I'm sure you guys are misunderstanding Zanuck.
No, he's not like that great. Like you guys just think he is.
Well,
He's
maybe.
not that great.
I don't think he's great. What are you talking about? I don't care about people. Fuck people.
There's not a lot of sources on this momentum of light thing.
He literally said that he was the citation on this.
Well,
like,
momentum with something without mass sounds kind of stupid, doesn't it?
Well,
What's
yeah.
the
No,
formula what's the formula for momentum?
Force equals mass times acceleration.
Yeah. Light has that?
No, it doesn't, because it doesn't have mass.
It doesn't have momentum.
No, it doesn't have m, mass. F equals ma.
So,
there's no m.
Okay, well, say the formula for momentum again.
F equals ma.
That's not the formula for momentum.
Force equals mass times acceleration.
It's still not it.
Well, okay.
No,
momentum. Momentum is like incorporated in that. I don't know what you mean by momentum. What are you trying to ask?
Velocity is momentum. So, like, I guess that's what is velocity?
Velocity is a vector, right? Like it's from one place to another.
First of all, it's P equals mv. The P is momentum, the M is mass, and the V is velocity.
Okay. Well,
right. So
whatever.
tell me about how it has momentum but no mass. So we're gonna put a 0 where the mass is. Where the M is, do we put a 0?
What's M? What is M in that equation?
M is mass.
Well, it's 0, so you would put 0 there.
So let's run through that formula with a 0 and see how that works out. What do you think it's going to be?
0, because yeah.
P equals 0, yeah.
Yeah.
So no momentum. P's momentum. P will equal 0.
No, it means it's undefined. There's no mass, there's no momentum, there's no nothing. There's nothing.
But tell me about how light has momentum again.
I don't know what you mean. Like it's more complicated than that.
No, the momentum formula is pretty simple.
We don't understand or what?
No, I'm saying like you're basically ridding a variable, so the equation doesn't comport to reality with light. Like you can't fit a goddamn equation that uses mass with something that doesn't have mass. So like
is this formula for momentum correct?
Yeah, but hold on.
Fucking
if
stupid.
You're saying, but is light a photon?
Momentum is a relationship to mass. If it doesn't have mass, it's gonna be fucked. You can't do it.
Is light a photon?
God damn it.
Relax, Damon. What are you getting all fired up for? I'm just saying, if P equals mv,
like being stupid. Like obviously, if something doesn't have mass, right? Like why are you using an equation that has mass in it?
Is it
if something doesn't have mass, then you're saying it doesn't have momentum?
Well, not in the sense that you can use the sort of like momentum formula that includes mass, because obviously momentum has something to do with mass.
Yeah, so are you saying the momentum formula is wrong, or that light doesn't have momentum?
No, I'm saying that if you don't have mass, how do you use a momentum formula without the fucking variable that you need? How do you fill it in? If something has nothing, it doesn't exist.
Does light have a particle?
Your equation requires a variable that doesn't exist.
Hold on, before you get excited.
You're using the wrong goddamn equation.
Is light a particle? Does it have a?
I don't know.
Does it have a particle?
It's a particle and a wave. I don't know. It's something. It's a fundamental particle. Yes.
Okay,
it's a fundamental particle. And particle physics, you call it a particle, but that doesn't necessarily mean like it's a speck of dust.
Do particles take up space?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Do they have a volume?
I don't know. I'm not a goddamn quantum physicist. I don't fucking know. I sell air compressors for a living, for fuck's sake.
But dude, I use air compressors like for a living, man. I'm in construction. I do siding. I love my air compressor.
Wait, just use like portable stuff for tools and shit, or like what?
Actually, to tell you the truth, actually, I hate my air compressor. I want to get away from pneumatic everything, but
well, today, I mean, the electric stuff is pretty fucking efficient. So like,
yeah,
it's nice.
no, but I'm in siding mostly. I'm in siding mostly, and they don't have any like if we're gonna get into that, like the pass load, like the pass load nailers and shit like that. Like
I have a pass load stapler brad nailer.
Yeah, yeah. No, when it comes to brad nailers, staplers, or even framing nailers, we can go cordless. But siding nailers, they cost like $450 a gun, and they have to be plugged into a hose, and they're pneumatic. And no, I hate that. They suck. Honestly.
You know how adjustable like the air nailers and stuff are? How adjustable are the electric ones?
I don't know that much because mostly I do siding, and I'm just looking for something that I don't need a hose for, like. But it's not invented yet. Like they don't have them.
Oh, that's interesting.
Dude, those pass loads jerk you. You know how much those fucking cartridges are?
They're not that expensive, honestly. Like, dude, it's worth it. When it comes to framers and shit like that, like, dude, getting rid of the hose saves so much when it comes to like man hours and shit like that. Like, it can be expensive, but it saves time. It really does.
Maybe too many hot sticks to that. Sorry, I just saw the text. Chat.
Dude, the amount of weight that you carry, like you want to blow out somebody's shoulder, dragging a fucking hose around, or raising it above your head. The amount of time it takes to like make sure they're not tangled and set that stuff up. Compressors, pneumatic is like it's definitely outdated, but they basically replaced it with everything other than the siding nailer, where each gun costs $500 a gun.
What? I didn't even know you nailed siding. Like, I don't understand what you mean. Like,
I'm talking about like doing cement fiber or LP Smart Side. Like that, I do high-end nailering. Yeah.
I was thinking like fucking vinyl siding. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
For that, yeah, no, I don't, dude. That's for the fucking Mexicans, man.
Yeah. Dude, do you want to tell, like, listen, I don't mean to get off topic here, but I gotta say this because I gotta go to bed soon. But like, me and my wife have been looking for a bigger house because my mom's kind of getting older and like she doesn't have any retirement and shit, and so we're like thinking like, fuck, our house is too small. We're never going to be able to store my mom. We don't want to put her in a state home. You know what I mean? Like, I love my mom, right? Like, I don't want her to fucking live in a state home. So I'm looking at a bigger house. So you know how they have those like cul-de-sac sort of like fucking goddamn developments and shit that go on with all this new construction
retirement
and shit.
Home communities where they got
no. I mean regular fucking single family homes and fucking you know what I mean? Like fuck, Jesus Christ! If you live in the goddamn suburbs, you've seen what the fuck I'm talking about. They call them like
Yeah, of course.
Chestnut Hill or like fucking this and that, and it's all a bunch of new construction. It used to be old farmland, but then they just built a bunch of fucking goddamn homes on it, single family homes, and maybe some condos and some what do you call them, row homes or whatever. Anyway, it's a development, right? And there's new construction there, and I went in to see this fucking house because it was like 375, which is above what we were looking for, but it was 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and I was like, what? Like, let's just go see one of these new construction places just to see what the fuck, we'd be buying if we, you know what I mean? Well, like, what's out there? So like, I went in, and their model fucking home, right? I go in, the fucking door is like out of fucking square. You can see it.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like goddamn cardboard when I open it up. And this is the front door. And then I walk in, there's goddamn rolled linoleum fucking goddamn front. You know what I mean? With the stairs going up.
I know where you're getting at.
Cheap ass beige carpet. It's fucking linoleum fucking flooring in the kitchen. It's fucking, they managed to put some sort of like, I don't know, faux granite fucking countertop in or whatever the fuck it was.
Everything is fake. Everything is fake.
It's so cheap. I walk across the goddamn living room and I'm bouncing up and down. I'm literally bouncing up and down like it's a goddamn trampoline.
Yep.
And I'm like, $375 fucking $1,000 for this.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this.
With no yard,
the newer it is, the bigger of a piece of garbage it is. It's kind of like your whole globe paradigm. Like, your whole globe.
Disappointed.
Yeah, they use cheaper materials and charge more for it. And they also hire the cheapest contractors to build it. So like, you're not getting good craftsmanship. You're not getting good materials.
It was crazy. Like I said, the front door wasn't square. The fucking joints aren't fucking square. The fucking carpet's not fucking down right. The fucking
and especially in new construction.
Fuck this shit.
Especially in new construction, they're not paid to make sure that they're doing their job well, and the job is rushed. So there's going to be a lot of settling. There's going to be a lot of settling involved, and so on and so forth. So like I do mostly actually like remodel and new and old construction. Like I work on old houses. I make them better. And I will tell you this: the newer it is, the worse it is.
Look, I'm sorry, but I haven't.
There's no doubt about it. The newer it is,
I haven't sufficiently downed this fucking house that I was in. I mean, this fucking house was such a piece of fucking shit. I would not have fucking put my goddamn homeless friend in it.
Yeah, no, look, I can literally, I don't even need a tool to break into a new house. A modern house, all I gotta do is peel back their freaking siding with my hands because I know how that works, and then rip out their insulation and then punch through their drywall, and I can bust into your living room like the Kool-Aid man. Okay?
Yeah, it's a piece of shit.
It's garbage. It's all garbage that they fucking build your house.
I was so disappointed. I was like, $375. I should see at least a decent kitchen.
Nope.
Fuck that shit. Holy shit. The cheapest fucking shit you can fucking find. The bathrooms were so terrible. I mean, they were so bad. Holy shit. I couldn't believe it. I was just like, holy fuck, they couldn't even caulk it right.
It's all faux. It's all faux shit. They're gonna give you the cheapest materials and charge the most for it because
like
they went into the economy.
They were like, it was like they sent their Mexican crew in, which no offense to Mexicans, I love Mexican, whatever. I'm just saying
I do love Mexicans.
They sent their Mexican fucking crew in to fucking Home Depot and I said, buy the cheapest fucking shit you can fucking find, and if it's on sale, buy that too.
Yeah,
You know what
no,
I
it's
mean?
one thing. It's one thing if you buy it.
That's
It's
it.
one thing if you buy a cheap product and charge a budget price, but it's another if you buy a budget product and charge a premium price, and
Right,
that's what they're doing
exactly.
nowadays.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I was like, holy shit. Like, how can you seriously have somebody in that home? Like, imagine the fucking the what are the fucking people called that sell homes? Fucking goddamn the
Flippers,
realtor. The
flippers,
fucking
flippers.
realtors. Imagine the realtors fucking showing this house. Like, this was an open house situation, so there wasn't a realtor in the mix when we went in. Like, they were in another house with another fucking people, so like we were able to go in this without the realtor, which is why we went in, because I don't like the fucking realtors fucking following me around. But anyway, I went. Imagine being a realtor in this fucking place.
Well, most of
and
these
fucking
realtors,
trying to
you have
sell
to
this
understand,
fucking
like,
shit.
I'm
And
literally
they're like
buying a house
bouncing
right
up
now.
and down in the fucking living room, like going like,
So,
"Oh, don't mind that bouncing. That's just some settling that needs to happen."
so
It's like,
here's
what
the
the
thing
fuck
with
you
the
gonna
realtor.
say? Like, what the fuck you gonna say?
Most of the realtors are also in the business of buying and selling and flipping. So
Holy
like
shit.
what they do is they know what makes money, okay, because they're in the business of realtors, right? Like they like literally like a flipper. They buy a house that is worn down and needs work, and they put the minimal amount of work into it. So typically it's mostly, stabilizing the foundation, if that's a problem. Like that could be a big issue, but otherwise they're just throwing a slap of paint onto things. They're putting cheap vinyl floors over hardwood. They're they're using cheap materials and trying to flip it. Where I've literally seen recently where they're buying a house for like $80,000 and then a year and a half or 2 years later selling it for $280,000. You know what I mean? Trying to get a $200,000 profit with a $30,000 investment in 2 years.
Fuck. Something happened to my shit. How long was that? God damn it. I'm sorry.
Well, no, don't be sorry. Everybody's just quiet all of a sudden. But this is what's
Yeah, no,
happening
like
now.
my
So
shit,
what
like
happened to your shit?
I don't know, like I realized it wasn't talking, but then I it was like it was muted or something, but it wasn't.
Yeah, no, I think a whole bunch of people are like, oh my God, I think I have cheap fucking vinyl and fucking all this shit. I think I bought it from a flipper.
Dude, I'll tell you what, man, like I'm trying to convince my wife to like, even though our house is in a neighborhood we don't particularly like I don't like it. Like, don't get me wrong. Like our neighbors suck. Like getting out of her driveway is at like an intersection kind of thing, and it's like a blind hill too. So like it's kind of terrible that way. Like externally when you think about it that way, but like internally it's a nicely built house. It's not much square footage. It's a small house, but it's a nicely built house. I got a new furnace in it and stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if I would put like money into this house and maybe like extend it out the back and like maybe refurbish the garage some,
You have to
like,
figure out like what it's
you know what I mean?
appraised
Like,
for,
I
what it
think,
could
I
get.
think,
And
I think that like I could get like 180 for it, maybe 190. And like right now, I only owe about 85 at the most. Like I think it's actually more like
Dude, what
83.
did you pay for it? What do you pay for it?
I only paid 92.5.
Well, that's okay. Okay.
So like even if I can only sell it for like 160, 170, like if I were to put like 40 or 50 into this fucking place, I could make it look nice and pretty livable, have a
Yeah,
decent
yeah.
upgraded kitchen. You know what I mean?
Dude,
I could even put in
you could
a half. What I could do is upgrade the kitchen, put in a half bath, and make the rest of it look nice. You know what I mean? Like just kind of beautify it.
yeah,
Uh,
and that's the part I was talking about,
for
where
like
all you
40
got
or
to do
50.
is put in some cheap floors and paint the cabinets and shit like that, like, and go with a
Yeah,
go with a monochrome schematic. So like everything is
yeah,
like gray and white and black, and like, and all of a sudden it's trendy and it's fucking going. Like that's what they do. Like
right.
literally just like a little bit of paint adds like thirty
That's what I'm
thousand
saying, man.
dollars.
Right? Like literally, I could put like maybe $50,000 into this place and make it really sellable. Like really sellable. It's got some good bones to it, and like just some cosmetic work and a couple of hard points, like the bathroom and putting in that half bath and updating the kitchen some. Like
Yeah,
the cost comes from the kitchen and the half bath and upgrading the bathroom. The rest of it's
What?
just like paint and fucking spackle and fucking trim. You know what I mean? Shit that doesn't really cost that much.
So
Just
here's what I would say. Here's what I would say though, because being in like the trades, like knowing like the beauty of like old houses and shit like that, like don't
dude, we got
do. I
chestnut
mean,
floors all the way across the
yeah,
front.
exactly. No, refurbish those floors. Bring them back to their
Dude,
natural beauty.
I
Bring
did
the
when I bought
cabinets
the
back.
house. I did when I bought the house, dude. All I would have to do is do a light sand and refinish on those floors. Like literally like half a fucking day.
Yo, my
Like
grandma
right
had this
Yeah,
like
house. My
like
dude,
grandma
that
had
sand
this
stuff
them
is
house.
and
coming back.
Hold
and
Listen,
on.
put a
My
new
grandma had
poly
this
coat on
house.
them. That's it.
My grandma had this house she bought in the fucking 50s or some shit, right? Had this puke green carpet down for fucking decades. About 10 years ago, she peeled the carpet up. Beautiful fucking wood floors. I've never
Yeah,
seen. I've installed so many floors. I used to be a floor guy.
dude.
This shit was board. They had the wood bordered around the fucking inside wood. Dude, it was dope.
yeah,
Yeah, that's
we've
what I'm
spent
saying,
way
man.
too we've spent way too long covering up the natural beauty of places and just turning it into cheap shit. Okay, and the trend is about to fucking collapse. Also, like the banks are right now. Okay,
Nowadays, you wouldn't even
but
find that. They just put
dude,
some plywood down and throw carpet on it.
no, yeah, fuck all that, dude. Bring it back to like
Fuck that.
look at your old place and accentuate its natural characteristics. Fucking bring out
Dude,
the way that it was meant to be.
our
That shit is coming back. That shit is coming
our
back. All the old woodwork and trim and for your casements and shit like that. Like, if you have that,
dude,
fucking strip the paint and bring back that natural fucking stain. Bring back, dude. That shit is going
dude.
to come back. It's coming back.
It's so awesome, dude. Like our fucking front living room and dining room is all one room, and it's like huge. It's the whole length of the house and half of the other. And like if you were to split the fucking house in half, the whole front half on the first floor is the living room and dining room, and like it's all one room, and it's really nice. It's got an archway to the kitchen and a stairs going up to the second floor, and like the fucking all the floors on the front except for the kitchen, which was I don't know what they did. It's probably like original, but like they tore it up and put something else down. But whatever, we can put something else in the kitchen, but that's more like water friendly. But the fucking hard, it's all hardwood through the bedroom, through
Yeah,
the
man.
living room and dining
Don't
room.
cover that shit up. Don't
It's
cover
all
that shit up.
fucking it's all this great chestnut, old chestnut, like old forest chestnut, in our goddamn house. I fucking love it. It's fucking great.
Yeah.
It looks like hickory, but it's darker. You know what I mean? It's nice. It's so fucking
Here's the
nice.
thing: is like there was a trend for like the last 20 years or so, where all of a sudden they wanted modern clean looks where everything had to be white and gray and freaking they wanted
You can
they
have
wanted to
that.
cover up the hardwood floors and whatever else, and like what I'm saying is now what's coming into you're still a little bit early if you do this, but what's coming in is accentuating the old look, like looking at the natural beauty of these things, like the when you have built-in cabinets and you have all that, like that stuff is what people are starting to look for, as opposed to modern, this modern clean look. Like what they're gonna go for is like that old. I mean, it does have to be well kept. Like that. Don't get me wrong. There, you can't just have like some old rundown shit. But they want to see that kind of antique rustic look. Like it's got to work well like a modern kitchen or whatever else. But it also, if it has that old fashioned feel to it, there's a lot of value into it. Especially like when it comes to like your windows and your doors, like all the trim, like like the casements all around that stuff, like or if you have like the domed ceilings, or like a tall like vaulted ceiling with like the plastered kind of detail and stuff. I think that stuff's coming back personally. I know that's the stuff I love, but I think that's coming back. But I'm in construction. I look at the stuff that I tear down. We tear down shit and then we replace it with garbage. Like, and we do a good job with the garbage, but our materials, like, just because we have good craftsmanship doesn't mean shit. Like, the materials we're using are garbage. You don't want modern materials. You want the old materials. Old houses have already settled. Old houses were built out of solid materials, natural materials. Uh, the new stuff is only guaranteed to last, or warranted to last like 15, 20 years, like, and it's all garbage. It's all meant to be replaced. There's you when you if you can find a solid old home, you're way better off than buying a new home. When I do siding, which is mostly what I do. Uh, I have to do rot replacement on every home that's 15 or 20 years old. I have to basically replace 10% of their sheeting on their house. Old houses have no rot whatsoever. And what I do is I pay attention to like the craftsmanship, how they did things, how they built things, what materials they used. And I realized like the they just did shit better back then. They put more thought into it. There was more of an aesthetic value. And not only that, but like the details that they put into it were done for a reason. It's not just form over factor. It's like it's function, form over fiction, sorry. Form over
Function.
function, yes. Form over function, but function over form. Like, yeah, they literally like they needed a function, and they disguise it with form. They did it with style, and that's the reason why that stuff is going to come back, because now everything is like really boxy and plain and like ugly. Like there's no form to it. It's all just function. But when you can have both function and
Dude,
form,
I'm starting to think my floor is hickory.
Dude, whether it's walnut or hickory or oak, like if it's an old hardwood,
I thought it was chestnut, but I think it's hickory.
It's all valuable, man. It's all. In fact, that worn, aged look is
It's
probably
hickory.
what.
It's fucking hickory. It's actually darker than this, but it's the exact same grain and wood as the picture I'm going to show you. If you go to the live stream text.
Anyway, new houses are the most biggest garbage pieces of shit that I've ever seen in my life. Like, I do more repairs on 5, 10, 15-year-old houses than I do on 95, 105, and 135-year-old houses.
Dude, I'm telling you. Like, the only thing you need to do is basically make sure you got, like, new windows and some decent insulation that's put in there.
That's the thing is
and
that
like
the old houses didn't have insulation in the walls, so
yeah,
like you gotta do that,
yeah. Like if you can get that blown in or like fucking sheeted in or whatever the way you want to do it, right? Like if you upgrade the insulation and the windows in the house, what a fucking great house you have because the rest of it's gonna fucking last.
Yeah,
It's just
timeless too. It's timeless too. Like you will always appreciate.
Fucking great houses. Yeah, I love those
I mean,
fucking floors.
the house I'm buying, I'm closing on Tuesday. Actually, literally, like I'm closing on a house.
That's awesome.
Was built in 1919. You know, like I'm not looking for nothing. Yeah.
That's cool, man. Good luck to you, man. I hope everything goes well.
No, everything's good. Like, it's all
as long as the deed and all that stuff checks out.
All that shit's already settled. Like, we're clear to close. So
nice.
Yeah,
sweet.
Clear to close. Yeah.
Well, awesome, dude. Congrats.
Thank you. I'm excited.
Seriously, that's a big thing, man. I don't think people that don't own a home or whatever realize like how big of a thing that actually is. That's a big thing.
Yeah, I mean, I've been a renter for too long, and if you take a look at like rent nowadays, like it's more than a mortgage in most cases. It's more than a mortgage.
Terrible. Look, we were paying like back then when we had the it was a crappy fucking rental. Don't get me wrong, it was an old house. The fucking heat sucked. We had to pay for it, and electric. Like it was. The utilities were high for the house because it was fucking old and not done well, right? You know what I mean? Like, and then like the property was cheap for rent as far as it's concerned. Like the actual rent itself wasn't too bad, but like when you put it all together, we were actually paying quite a bit.
Yeah, that together every month.
Like, why do we got to be in this fucking shitty ass house and like get nothing for it, dude? Like nothing at all. And like the landlord was such an asshole. So we're like, fuck this shit, right? Like, so we're like, fuck, we're gonna have to work on our credit. And we worked on our credit for like a year, and finally our credit was like good enough. We're like, let's get a fucking house. So we got this fucking house. We paid $92,500 for it, which is a fucking good price for the house that we got. And dude, like, what a fucking investment it is because we bought it for $92,500 and I just had it appraised. I just had it appraised at $176,000.
Yeah, well, that's where mine's at. Mine's at 175 appraisal, but I'm getting it for 170. So
I'm.
But right now we're in an
actual price market. 130, 135. You know what I mean? Like actual price for the house.
The market right now is totally inflated, but we're in we're looking in the face of a major banking collapse too. So like,
I don't know about that. I think that's a much hubbub about nothing. I don't think you have
I
to
don't
worry
know.
about
You
that.
didn't see the pretty big banks
Yeah.
that fucking just went down. Like,
Yeah, no, the other banks saved them. That's fine. They're good. Everything's good.
This is something. It's not over. It's gonna ripple.
I don't think so. I think it's over.
I'm just glad that I got my money from the banks before they collapsed. Like, you know what I
My
mean?
money comes from the business that we run, and our money's doing good, so I'm good.
No, I mean, and as far as credit goes, like, I didn't have great credit. Like, in fact, I haven't used any credit. I've been using nothing but my debit card and cash since 2010, something like that. But like,
Dude, like,
no, I
like,
do,
look,
I do have a cosigner, so that helped a
look,
lot. So yeah,
look to me, buddy. Look, what you need to do is get in on the bottom on a credit card and like do something with it. Like either like get groceries or like just get gas and like
Dude, check
use
this
it
out.
as
Here's
use it as the money that you actually have. Like you're gonna
here's
spend
the
that money out of your fucking debit card on the gas anyway. Use the credit card and then just have a month delay on it so that you
check
get
this out.
the interest payment put on it and then pay it off, right? Like so you're
I know what
technically
you're saying.
spending.
I know what you're saying, but check this
Yeah.
out. I had no credit. I was unscorable from all three credit friggin' institutions, right? And because had a cosigner, all of a sudden I got pre-approved for $225,000,
Nice.
and then within 3 weeks, my credit went from unscorable.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It doesn't take long to build your credit these days. Like it just takes a little bit of willpower and perseverance, and like you can get yourself one hell of a fucking credit, like really quick. Just have to know how to game the system and be responsible with it. Like only spend the money that you actually have. Don't spend it like it's credit. Like just use the credit card like it's your debit card and reserve the money from your bank, you know what I mean, to pay the credit card. Just to,
Or
you know what I
what
mean?
are you talking about? Only spend the money you have. That's so un-American.
Oh, fucking Christ, dude. Like, yeah, later you're gonna fucking use the credit that you build up to fucking buy something way outrageous that you can't afford. Of course, that's
That
one
is the
thing.
American way. There we go.
Absolutely, but like you got to build yourself there, man. You gotta fool them into thinking that you're fucking responsible and you should have like one hell of a credit that they can give you like hundreds of thousands of dollars because you're fucking so responsible and you pay your bills. You got to fool them, and then once you fool them and your score's really high, have good utilization and decent income, then you fucking hit them. You fucking nail them motherfuckers with this big ass fucking mortgage of fucking like a $400,000 home you can't really afford. So you're house poor. But fuck, you got a nice house.
You might be hood rich though.
Fuck yeah.
Listen to me. How do you have momentum with no mass when the formula for momentum
You
has
don't.
mass in it?
You don't, you jackass. You don't.
You don't have momentum.
That's right.
So light doesn't have momentum.
That's right.
All right, I'm gonna
just
quote
has-
you on that.
It just has a wave.
2023.
A particle wave. A wave particle.
Damon 2023 light has no
That's
momentum.
pure energy, motherfucker. My dog has got to go out. I'll see you later. Thanks for the conversation.
All right, bye, Rohit.
What up? Why is it so quiet in here? You only got a couple people?
Everyone's over in Tart.
Oh, is Geo, are you around? I found a cool video I wanted you to check out. I'm going to drop it in the chat. You may have seen it. It's like 10 years old. And the guy is a little bit cringy because, you know, it's 10 years ago and he still believed in space and things like that. But the guy is fucking brilliant. Aside from the brainwashing, you know, like the space and talking about different nebulas, and he didn't. I mean, none of us really knew how deep the rabbit hole went 10 years ago. So just cut him some slack. But